Welcome to our opening ceremony for the General Assembly of the Latin America and Caribbean Association of Superior Control Institutions. This event is being transmitted live through OLACEFS channel on YouTube. We would like to remind you that to be able to listen to the simultaneous translation, we have devices available. We will be using channel 39 for Portuguese, 24 for English, and 31 for Spanish. To begin our opening session, we would like to invite the OLACEF's president, Mr. Camilo Aldana, to the stage.
O secretário executivo
OLACEF's executive secretary, Davi Rogelio Páramo, Auditor General of Mexico and OLACEF's executive secretary.
o presidente do
The President of the Federal Court of Accounts of Brazil, Minister Vital do Rego, and host SAI.
o secretário
Chief Secretary of State of Controllership of Ceará, Aloísio Carvalho, representing the Governor of Ceará, Eumano de Freitas.
neste momento
Right now, we would like to invite all of those here to respectfully take your position to accompany the Brazilian national theme while it plays.
Ouviram no Ipiranga as margens plácidas de povo heróico brado retumbante, e o sol da liberdade em raios fúlgidos brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante. Se o penhor dessa igualdade conseguimos conquistar com o braço forte, em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafio o nosso peito à própria morte. Ó pátria, pátria, idolatrada, salve, salve, Brasil, um sonho intenso, um raio vívido, de amor e de esperança a terra desce. Sem teu formoso céu risonho e límpido, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece. Gigante pela própria natureza, és velha, és forte, envolve num colosso, e o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza, terra adorada, entre outras mil és do Brasil, ó pátria amada, dos filhos desse sol, és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil. segues a justiça, clama forte, verás que o filho teu não foge à luta, nem teme quem te adora a própria morte, terra adorada, entre outras vilas do Brasil, uma pátria amada, dos filhos deste sol nas mães, gentil, pátria amada, Brasil. Somos hermanos americanos, fiscalizamos la probidad. Somos latinos americanos y controlamos con seriedad del Río Grande a Magallanes, con el Caribe en parcialidad. España y Portugal son adherentes, constituimos una hermandad, contribuimos con nuestro esfuerzo, cuidando el patrimonio estatal, a que se haga un debido uso en todo un periodo anual. Legalidad es lo que queremos, evitando irregularidad. Preparamos a los funcionarios, ampliando su capacidad. Nuestra querida organización, desde su antigua fundación, ha tenido preocupación por hacer grande la región. Es nuestro orgullo ser servidores de nuestras patrias como nación. Queremos ser muy emprendedores, con sacrificio y abnegación. Somos hermanos americanos, fiscalizamos la probidad. Somos latinos americanos y controlamos con seriedad del Río Grande a Magallanes, con el Caribe en parcialidad. España y Portugal son adherentes, constituimos una
To open the 2025 OLACEFS General Assembly, we grant the floor to the President of OLACEFS, Mr. Camilo Benitez Aldana.
Estimado señor secretario,
Mr. Executive Secretary Davi Comenares, TCU President, my colleague and brother Vitor Durrego, the Governor's representative, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for your presence. Our esteemed delegations, honorable SAIs of the Latin American and Caribbean region, ladies and gentlemen, our strategic partners, special guests, it is a pleasure to be here at our 34th General Assembly. that will be celebrated during this week in the wonderful city of Fortaleza in the Republic of Brazil. We are united here in a context that requires strategic vision, institution cooperation, the capacity to innovate in order to face the most complicated challenges we have. This week, we are going to talk about certain themes, technical themes that are pertinent to our movements. They will emphasize the importance of experimenting and innovating and promoting cooperative work to be able to raise the quality of our audits and government control in the region. Tomorrow we are going to continue with our second theme that will talk about internal controls. And it is a crucial analysis to understand the partners of our SAIs, strengthening our efficiency, especially of public government management. We are also going to address themes on technological innovation, which I would say, at least I have been participating in these meetings from OLACEFS for the past 10 years, and this is definitely something that has been at the vanguard of technology. And nowadays, artificial intelligence is an absolute truth and reality. Maybe when we were younger, we might have seen this as something unthinkable or an unreachable future, something that we couldn't fathom taking place. But today, it's been incorporated in our daily lives. It's an absolute reality, and we cannot deny its existence and deny the processes of control that it can promote. It has come to make us more efficient in our additional tasks and to decrease the rates of corruption in our countries, taking advantage of technological tools such as AI and others. Please allow me to refer to the role of an AI and the importance to our countries. We are going to talk about strengthening the auditing of the courts of accounts and controllerships. It's important that our institutions be independent, and there are crucial requirements which are strengthening and independence and the preexistence of democracy of our countries. In countries that do not have SAIs and entities for controllerships are countries that do not have democracy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to mention the example of the TCU, or the Federal Court of Accounts. It is a 100-year-old institution, renowned worldwide and in Brazil. No one doubts its independence and the independence of its leaders in the person of the ministers, and that reflects the image of Brazil, a country with independent, strong institutions that represents the democracy that exists. Unfortunately, the countries throughout the world that do not have these independent institutions are countries that are not, in fact, democratic. I hope that this assembly renovates our significant commitments, our common commitments, and regional cooperation as a pillar of the institutional strong points that we hold. I would like to reflect on this, especially, and I say this, in the name of my country, to the others that are smaller and that are found within these organizations. Sharing our regional experiences that are more advanced in terms of control, that represents a huge difference among OLACEF's members. Therefore, the experience that we are going to have this week is very enriched it will enrich us significantly. Thank you very much. Now we grant the floor to the Executive Secretariat. The first message that I would like to convey is to salute my colleague from the TCU, my great colleague and friend, Camilo Saldana, Comptroller General of Paraguay and President of OLACEFS, Minister Cavado, representative of the Governor of Ceará. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen from the governing board and our colleagues, it really is a pleasure to be here in this common space to say that being together makes us very happy with the organization is not enough. I would like to begin very sincerely saying that the efforts of our hosts have been immense. Your hospitality have made this meeting not only productive, but something that we are very grateful for. Since the last occasion in which we saw each other, we have advanced in several commitments and agreements that will be reviewed today, and that is only possible due to the constant cooperation of the council members. When we look over the agenda of this session, we can clearly see the initiatives and projects that form part of the daily activities found within OLACEFS. Our dynamics reflect this actual and sustainable growth. We participate in international dialogue, and we are also generating materials of great quality that are seen as best practices. The cooperation between institutions and colleagues is one of the things of most value among this institution. We strengthen our competencies and our institutions through this cooperation. We have the commitment that can be seen every single day where each SAI contributes, drives, and comes together to continue the work. SAIs are fundamental to each of their countries and the public sector. It's an honor to work with members that share these principles and that undertake their commitments with responsibility. And Camilo is correct. There cannot be, obviously, a strong institution without independence. We need to have that social trust deposited in us. Unfortunately, that has not always been the way in all countries. And without independence, there is no control. Therefore, several errors will be committed, politically speaking. Of course, when we do create institutions like the ones we have here, we have the freedom to do things better, and that is vital. Thank you very much, Mr. Camilo. I had the opportunity in Mexico, where I was the president of OLACEFS for an entire week. And there are plenty of colleagues that no longer work with us and who we miss profoundly. We learned a lot through their experience and their knowledge, and we got to know people like Camilo. And ever since I have met you and Since I began to follow your work, I have seen the importance of your actions. We form a cooperative team, which is important not only to us, but also to our countries. We do have to make efforts to be able to maintain that. And your presidency is ending, your administration, but I would love to see us continue with the same dynamics and interest that we have had up until this point. Everything is a cycle, and that means innovation and optimization of other steps in our lives. I would like to thank all of you and congratulate you. And once again, thank all of you.
Com a palavra, o presidente.
The Federal Court of Accounts, I grant the floor to Minister Vital do Rego.
Good morning, everyone, all my colleagues, and all of the partners of our association. First of all, I would like to honor our leader and friend, my brother, Camilo Daniel Saldana. This citizen, an extraordinary one, by the way, takes the lead here at OLACEFS with modernity, respect, and also with a collective feeling. It is not by chance that I see this auditorium literally crowded, full of people, with 41 delegations coming to our capital, Fortaleza, the land of the sun, granting us their embrace, being also giving Camilo their embrace to the last moment of his presidency. And all of those people are telling you, thank you. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for your commitment, Camilo. I would like to salute all of our partners from different corporations. And they can be considered structures, pillars, fortresses. And I would like to mention a man out of all of those fortresses. This man is David Rogelio Panamo, our executive secretary, and also General Auditor General from Mexico. We are very happy to have the presence of our state's governor. We know that some of you from our directive council had the chance of meeting him yesterday. And we have Aloisio Carvalho, his auditor general, who is representing him. And I would like to send our acknowledgement to the government, which was so well received, so welcome in the city of Fortaleza. So we're really sure that this is going to be a part of each of everybody that is here. It's going to be a part of their history. For me to be the president of the TCU, the Federal Court of Accounts, it's a pleasure to receive you here. We know that our state is one of courage and vanguard. It was the first state in Brazil to abolish slavery. It is also a place full of cultural riches that inspire the whole country. So we are here to start the 34th Ordinary General Assembly of OLACEFS, and it is full of meaning because Fortaleza reminds us that the strength of our region is born when we see the unity of our peoples resisting facing the different challenges that we have and also working together, which paves a fair and inclusive development. During the next days, we're going to have a singular opportunity to deepen discussions which will be decisive for the development of South America and the Caribbean. We're going to be discussing two themes that were already mentioned by our president, central themes which will guide our debate. It is a strategic agenda, carefully planned to strengthen the institutional capacities of the SAIs and also broaden our collective understanding of the contemporary challenges in public auditing and control. It's all connected to innovation laboratories, and we will be invited to think about paradigms and explore new ways of collaborating, thinking about integrity, efficiency, and also modernization. We'll also reinforce the need to accelerate and speed up digital transformation, recognizing that it is an essential element to improve processes, amplify accesses, and reduce asymmetries among the SAIs. As we integrate different themes such as digital transformations, global changes, this General Assembly will reinforce the importance of social dialogue and also public engagement, which are pillars for any control models, for any which needs to be pedagogical and also guiding us towards the future. The second central theme about how to have internal control in auditing processes will promote a reflection about the articulation between prevention and detection, and also the institutional responses that are appropriate. In this context, we're going to highlight as our matrix force efficient methods, always strengthening internal control and auditing, which are elemental and also necessary for our public policies and governance systems to be mature. We want our systems to be integrated, and then we're going to have more effectiveness and also a better quality in the services rendered to the population. We're also going to have the release of some initiatives. We're going to have OLACEFS and GIZ's, the projects that they have been carrying out. Adapter Infra, with an environmental agenda concentrating on environmental justice, focusing on auditing connected to resilience and human rights. This is a GIZ and OLACEFS project. In the end, this assembly is going to be a single opportunity for us to reaffirm our commitment with equality, gender equality, and inclusiveness. We don't want to discriminate. And those principles really qualify the institutional environment and strengthen innovation and also grant legitimacy to society representation. As we incorporate all of those perspectives to our control practices, we're going to contribute towards the consolidation of public governance for the promotion of social justice. Fortaleza is welcoming us with freedom and also reminding us that diversity and courage walk in tandem. May this assembly deepen our links, make them stronger, and also strengthen our capacities and boost participation and preparedness and initiatives too to face all of the contemporary and future challenges that we're going to face. I would also like to mention the presence, the honorable presence of our Auditor General from Chile, Auditi Paris, and also the Auditor General from Ecuador, Mauricio Torres, and also the president from Curaçao, Joel Felida, the Auditor General from Colombia, Maria Baron, the Controller General from Bogota, Maria Anil Caron, also the Department Controller from Valle do Cauca, Lydia Estela Chavez, my dear friend and brother, the Vice President of the Court of Accounts in Brazil, Jorge Oliveira, also the Substitute Minister representing all of the ministers, Marcos Benquere. We have the prosecutor from the public ministry, Paulo Bugarin, and also the president of the Court of Accounts from Goiás, Joaquim de Castro. Ladies and gentlemen, so you can feel from my words the joy of welcoming you. May this assembly be a shout of independence for our societies and communities. May it be a shout of fortification of our work as we fight corruption, as we strengthen external control. And at last, may it be a moment, an enjoyable moment, for us to be able to see the beauty of our people, the singing of our people, and also the quality of our gastronomy. Welcome to Fortaleza. Now we're going to have some photos. We're going to have official photos of the General Assembly, the OLACEFS Assembly of 2025. So we invite all of the delegation heads to come to the platform. And then we're going to have some help from the ceremonies personnel.
Chefes e
Heads and also representatives of each delegation, please, you can come forward. Now we have finished the opening ceremony. Now we're going to have a brief break, and in 15 minutes, we're going to start the plenary meetings in this auditorium. If you have any questions, feel free to ask our personnel. Thank you very much for your presence. and all authorities here present, good morning and welcome to our first technical plenary of our General Assembly here at OLACEFS, working with different auditing institutions. I would like to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation available, so feel free to get your headsets at the external area. We're going to use 39 for Portuguese, 24 for English, and 31 for Spanish. Use your preferred channels. Now we're going to talk about the innovation labs for Supreme Audit Institutions, our first theme. We're going to discuss a space for co-creation of efficient oversight solutions. To moderate this panel, we invite Mayra Zambrano, an attorney, Public and International Relations at Public and International Relations Unit, coming from Chile. And also to present the technical theme, we invite the Chief of Department from Paraguay, Eva La Rosa. Welcome to the panel. You have the word. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, all of you. It's an honor for me to represent the General Auditing Department from Chile, and to introduce to you all of the general themes which we're going to discuss today. We know that every technical theme is undoubtedly central pillars for the cooperation of all of the institutions at OLACEFS. We have clear objectives, which are quite strategic too, strengthening the capacities of our employees, and also to foster innovation in public control and auditing, and as a third pillar, promoting the priceless interchange of experience among the partner countries. Today we're going to talk about a pertinent theme, which are the innovation labs for Supreme Audit Institutions, for the SAIs, a space for co-creation of efficient oversight solutions. So we know that we are living in times where everything changes. We need creativity and technological cooperation. That is not an option. They are elementary for us to have legitimacy and also for us to have effectiveness in our control. So we really need to reflect on how we can transform all of those challenges into opportunities, building bridges between traditional control and also new ways of creating public value. This has been coordinated by the Paraguay SAI, and it has also been a product of a collective effort between the SAIs of Chile and Brazil. To deepen this view and also to see the findings of all of these works, I would like to introduce to you our speaker, Mr. Eva La Rosa, the head of the Innovation Department of the SAI in Paraguay. With an international certificate, he's also a lawyer and a public counter. He studied in Salamanca in Spain, and he also studied in Escola de Magistratura in Paraguay. He who is an accountant. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. All of the members of OLACEFS and special guests. For me, it is an honor to introduce to you this ever so important theme on which we've been working collectively with Chile, Brazil, and all of the other institutions that have collaborated with us. We really think that this is an important theme for our institutions. Just like institutions have cycles, they learn, grow, transform. We know that SAIs also work in the same pattern. Some of them are decades old, have been through crises, challenges, and they have learned a lot, and they've been strengthened by all of that. This is the big merit that we have, and it's also a great responsibility. this really puts in front of us a question. Can we maintain our work throughout 20, 30, or more years? What do we need to do in order to do that for even longer in a more accelerated world, more sped up? So the challenge is not just to attain our goals, institutionally speaking, but guaranteeing that we will still be relevant, trustworthy, and reliable for for the population. In Latin America, our SAIs are going through one of those moments. This region is facing technological transformations, social crises, misinformation, new ways of corruption, and a citizenship that is more demanding. In the past years, we've seen many um, alterations. For example, the pandemic has obliged us to be more agile when we really needed to do in weeks what took us years. So the digital era has also given us information, data, but we really need to understand all of that and make it useful, opportune, and actionable. The global crisis have shown us that resilience is no longer a luxury. It is a need, it's a necessity in order to survive uncertain scenarios. AI is also a part of our day-to-day lives, and that allows us to detect irregularities with more precision. That will ensure that processes that would consume valuable resources, well, all of that is going to be mitigated now. Control and auditing is no longer isolated. It requires dialogues with the populations, the academia, and other actors that no, don't want only transparency but immediate results. It gets even more complex as we see a never increasing social demand. The most important challenge that we have today is not just asking ourselves if we have to innovate, but how we can do it in a sustainable and systematic way for the public power to be more efficient and relevant. We have innovation laboratories, which represent something that is even more complex. They are institutional capacities that allow for the anticipation, having new ideas with calculated risks, co creating with new actors, and also a chance to evolve without losing essence. Why do we focus on that theme? First of all, it's urgent, it's also pertinent, and it is realistic. It's possible to implement it, we can scale it up, and it has been working in different places of the world and of the region. And in order for us to advance, we need to understand where each of our SAIs is located, their capacities, their barriers, their potentials but for innovation. This is not just an academic exercise, but it's a collective search for how we can adapt to the world that awaits us as an institution. That's why we came up with a regional diagnosis led by Paraguay together with the Brazilian SAIs and also the one in Chile. So we were able to go beyond all of those superficial points. We had a deep radiography of our region. We really want to understand not what we're doing, but what we feel as we do that, and what challenges we have concerning innovation. Here are the diagnoses, which reveal a general commitment connected to innovation. 82% of all of those who entered our survey, they said that they have already implemented something connected to innovation. The qualitatives answers show a variation in the focus. We have agile methodologies, which represent 59%, which was quite surprising for us. Design thinking is also at 55%, so we see that the cup is half full. When it comes to effectiveness, well, we know that it goes in tandem with maturity. We don't want to just innovate. We have to be pragmatic. 95% of us want an optimization of the auditing processes. 86% want new tools in data analysis. So the message is quite clear. We want technology to perform massive tasks. We really want to work on our auditors' mind in order for them to adopt all of those new ideas. We want auditing to have a real impact on people's lives. We have a huge paradox, uncertainty. We have the most important finding here. We see a contradiction. It's a cultural paradox. Observe, have a look. 91% of the people who answered a survey really understand that uncertainties are part of our game. So as we innovate, we don't have all the answers. But 27% of the people are willing to tolerate failure. So we really want to innovate, but we are afraid of making mistakes and failing. We want to be premium without having risks. So in theory, we accept uncertainties, but in practice, we really don't want to make mistakes. And that is a barrier that we have to tear down. Another important point is not just budget. And then we have another myth, the one related to money. Sometimes we say, oh, we can't innovate because we have no money. But the data reveals something different. So we really need to understand how that works. So when we talk about real needs, well, it's important to think about human talent, political advantages. We know that money is not the brake. It won't break the speed. It will actually help. So we see that technology is important, data is important too, but we have to update ourselves using our resources. Another important point are the purchases, the public purchases, which are being implemented on a general and national level. And to finish this radiography, we see that we have an opportunity. We know that the state has been a passive purchaser. We buy what we have available, but a high percentage of the SAIs are ready to hire solutions that are not yet available in the market. So imagine we don't focus only on softwares, but we have to think about how to co-create a solution. Maybe there are some opportunities in the markets that are not being used. We want effectiveness. We know that the break is not the lack of money, it's our culture. So the solution is not to buy more machines, but actually investing in people. And just like every diagnosis and conclusion, we have a root, and then we have the key point. How do we start? How to make it a reality? So we introduced to you a very practical route based on lessons that we've learned from Intersci, our regional diagnosis too. We know that we have to go step by step, going little by little with workshops that will open the minds of the public institutions. We have to participate in those spaces, in the private sector with different actors, finding allies and internal talent that are very passionate and enthusiastic. We also have to give them a formal space. We need to create a group with which we can work together. We need to generate public value. And at the same time, we have to invest in new talent and create processes to tackle all the risks. So no matter the experiment, if it's good or bad, it's going to be something useful. It's going to transform into knowledge. We don't want to audit what's in the past. We want to use our knowledge to anticipate the challenges that are coming and help the state be ready. And well, this is innovation. It's not the end, but it's actually a tool, a means, if you will, that will help us go beyond our traditional role. It's going to connect us to people and strengthen their trustworthiness, our trustworthiness too. And then collectively, we're going to build a new generation in public control, which is so needed in our region.
Peligro es
So the true danger is to not put yourself in danger and to not challenge.
Agradecemos a Ever La Rosa por su presencia.
We thank Ola Rosa for the presentation and also for the joint work promoted by Paraguay, Brazil, and Chile's SAIs. No doubt this gives us the context of what is to come. Our first panel of dialogues. Now we go back to the stage, and I am going to call upon our moderator.
Renzo es abogado de la Universidad de Buenos Aires.
We have the lawyer through the University of Harvard, and he also was a scholar there. He is a consultant of the IDB and worked with international organizations or civil society organizations and public entities from different projects on improvement of public management, transparency, open government, among others. He was the coordinator of several research papers, coordinated publications, and many other efforts. Welcome. Renzo, welcome. We would like to call on the following authorities: the president of the Rui Barbosa Institute, Mr. Gilberto Pontes, and the president of the Court of Accounts of the State of Ceará as well. Make your way forward, please.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos. Es un honor.
Good morning to everyone. It is an honor to be here today moderating this panel on innovation in SAIs. I'm going to invite the panelists to come up to the stage with me. We have Romano Yosif, former executive director of the Government Lab of Chile. We have Guillermo Russo, coordinator of the Innovation Lab from Paraguay. We also have the general director of the Initiative of Anti-Science Development Initiative, IDI, Arcana Shirsat. Welcome to the moderator. We grant the floor to our first speaker.
Vamos a intentar no tapar la pantalla porque hay algunas presentaciones.
Let's try not to be in the way of the screen. We do have a few presentations to show. Very well, let's begin the panel on innovation labs for SAIs. I will say that it is not a panel on technology, if anyone was expecting that, but most certainly, if we look at the agendas in the General Assemblies in the late 80s or 90s, you could see technical panels like this that talked about how the internet was arising to help SAIs. If you look back on that, you will find panels on Microsoft Office and how there was a promise to revolutionize data within SAIs. In the same way that AI is going to improve our work. But it's important to mention that this panel is not about AI. We are going to talk about artificial intelligence as an extra tool in our toolbox and how we can do things in an innovative way and change how we work and the tools that we work with. So internet in the 80s and 90s, AI from now on. This panel proposes to understand the institutional conditions for an SAI to develop ideas for better results and different executions. And of course, that these practices to be developed be sustainable. We are going to begin with 7 or 8 minutes of speech, and then we are going to have a debate based on what was uh, said here. Let's begin with Roman, who is going to provide us with an overview on innovation, in this case within the Chilean government. Paraguay's SAI also has a new experience, and Brazil, of course, with its innovation lab that is 10 years into its existence. Then we will have Archana, who is going to talk more on what it means to innovate and this impact. We will have Spanish, English, and Portuguese speakers. So for those who need simultaneous translation, you can access the devices over there in the back. And let's begin. Roman was part of the founding team of the Government Lab of Chile. He's an engineer through the University of Chile, has a number of certifications, and now comprises the Directorate of Innovation, in addition to being a professor. And within those subjects of your specialty, of your expertise, I believe we have a presentation. Okay, everyone can hear me, right? First of all, thank you very much, OLACEFS. Thank you to the IDB, who made it possible for us to be here today. Could you please play my presentation? That would be so great. Thank you so much. In fact, in the last 10 to 15 years, we have been discussing within public management, local and national governments, in addition to state governments, the need, but not only the need, also the application of innovative methodologies focused on the innovation of the public sector and public management. About 10 or 15 years ago, we didn't yet have the mindset that we now have. Certain initiatives were seen as strange, and now with the processes that are taking place in Chile, people are taking this more seriously because they're able to see the impact, how it is applied, the urgency that is needed, the agility that is provided with the paradigm of innovation that has to be focused on citizens. Which means that the technology should be used as a partner, and not using it would be a mistake. So how can we develop better public services dedicated to the citizens? In that sense, we have a context. And this was mentioned in prior panels. Especially in the West and within Latin America, we have repeated political crisis and an economy that is much more complicated post-pandemic. And that generates an unprecedented pressure on governments where they are asked to provide better answers to citizen requests. But we also have phenomena like public safety, migration, and therefore we have the need to accelerate the use of technologies to be able to meet the needs that arise. Value in public innovation has to do with the few necessary things. Among the roles that I have occupied, so to speak, my positions, I was from the Court of Accounts of Chile, and I do believe a lot resides in fiscal expenditures because efficiency in fiscal expenditures is needed. The resources are not unlimited. There must be a trust between the government, the people, and the legitimacy of public policies goes through projection, which might seem obvious, but is not always done in this way. It must be based on the latent need of each person. The state's innovation allows us to meet these three needs and these three orders, so to speak. Indicators are very relevant, and they are very much related to productivity and doing the best you can with the resources available, in addition to the quality of the results delivered to the public. We have a long-term projection here that we organize through this scheme. And the intention is to improve productivity in the public sector. From that, you will have quality in the service to users. That generates transformation in the state and social well-being. And then you have public value and citizen trust. And we can see the last reports on trust. And it is very well described that innovation allows us to come closer and to close the gap of trust between the people and institutions. And as a liberal democracy, that is what we intend to maintain. In the last 10 or 15 years, we also had different laboratory models, some that are more focused on managing knowledge, others that can be replicated in different contexts in terms of safety, well-being, models that have to do with how we train public servants. Chile's controllership has been working well in training its employees in different methodologies, including innovation. We have models that have to do with services and their models, and the way that we plan better services going through the user's journey and looking at the different interactions with the multiplicity of public services. We have incubators where we have private sector entities that are solutions, that provide solutions that can be financed through innovative initiatives. In Chile, we have a manual that is part of public procurement, and it serves as an extra tool when executing their acquisitions. That way, they can use specific solutions to their needs. We have some global references here. And we have measurable impacts of innovation laboratories in the last years have been noticeable. And I believe that the Chilean laboratory, it just completed 10 years of existence. It is able to liaison through so many parties. It has now been installed as a long-term item in the government. We have other examples here from the United Kingdom, from an NGO, from the IDB, digital transformation from Peru. We have an example from Colombia within a local context. We have a diversity of models. All are legitimate. And talking about the Chilean model, we have 3 axes basically, one of which is agile, meaning that this promotes closeness between the government and institutions in actions towards transformation. They prioritize actions to be able to connect with the public agenda. The laboratory is within a model of agile cells where this multidisciplinary team that includes people from several government bodies works on a specific theme in monthly cycles, addressing a full innovation process and the problem in general, always co-creating with employees and civil society. That is basically the center of this initiative. From there, we can scale. And until the moment the innovation is implemented, we promote workshops once it is implemented. And my personal opinion is that this is a process that innovates when it adds a measurable, tangible action with impact. We also have the government laboratory with 30-something members, basically public servants, 10% of the administration of the Chilean central government. The institutions that come close to the lab, they take part in roundtables and discussions and incubation models where they acquire competencies and they create networks where they promote innovation. And so the focus here is to share best practices and to learn collectively and generate knowledge. The last item we have here within this pizza is the Public Innovation Index. It now takes 5 years of measurements to determine the capacity of the government, but not just at an individual level, but also of the institutions of the government. And that allows 2 things. That each institution knows their competency level in order to continuously improve it. And it also allows for a transversal analysis of levels and to leverage the institutional capacities presented. So the innovations generate impact, and I'm going to show 4 very quick examples. For example, changes where the employees are the focus of the initiatives.
So we had some employees at FONASA, the National Health Fund, and we saw that a high percentage of the population in Chile was helped by that program. And we also detected a new space for innovation, which was connected to coordination and the effective use of data to eliminate unnecessary processes. So today we have FONASA, OINASI, which is the name of the project. OINASI y Ya Soy FONASA, utilizing all of the database from those two institutions. That was before the AI outbreak in 2018. And we see that the impact is connected to something quite complex. Well, technology was not difficult to work with, but actually having an agreement between legal heads and also auditors to eliminate all of the unnecessary processes. So we save time, costs for that fund to be active from the very beginning of that project. We have some problems with newborn babies sometimes. Sometimes the mother or the father didn't go through the process, so it's for sure, it's way more simple today. Another solution is WhatsApp Business. It's a collaboration with Meta, Facebook's Meta, and we created a customer service channel, a 24/7 customer service channel, even during the pandemic too, for women who go through domestic violence, victims of domestic violence. We know that it's very interesting. We know that WhatsApp was a reality and it's widely used in Chile. But what was interesting was not the use per se of the tool, but actually creating together with women and the supporting organizations how to actually understanding how to create a 24/7 solution, allowing for communication without having the aggressor to be able to notice this communication between the woman and the competent authorities. We wanted her to go unnoticed. We have subsidio al empleo in Spanish, which means employment subsidy, where we had more than 650,000 subsidies delivered. That is all connected to technological improvements, the coordination between 4 different ministries, which was elementary, having this innovation done. We also measured the satisfaction of the small and medium-sized companies. And we really wanted to incorporate and have the employees together. So this is the report that we wanted to share with you. That's when we co-created with the population something simple that gets to all of the contributors once a year. It's a process by means of which the state shows with transparency where your taxes are going. For example, you paid 2,500 taxes for this or that, and then you can see a description of it all and how it was applied in public expenses in a very simple, transparent way. It's a visual diagram with clear language, a series of easy to understand characteristics, and this was co-created with different regions in Chile, and then we got to that solution that needed 6 years to be implemented. And every year we update it. We update this project in order to have, in behalf of transparency and also a reliability. So that increased the percentages of perception of those two things, reliability and trust. Now let's go back to OLACEFS. Considering the role of the auditing institutions in the region. Well, I really believe that having this collective intelligence will improve the quality of the data. We're going to be able to go deeper in that quality. And there is a certain balance between quantity and quality. And these technologies created in our labs allow for both things. We also see a decentralized learning to strengthen the different capacities. We're going to have better trained employees with having learned about AI and how to use it for their tasks. And lastly, we're going to have an international collaboration to replicate these innovations. We want those same laboratories to share those solutions. They're not going to have to reinvent the same thing over and over again because that would take time. So we want to share what we've learned. We know that creativity is not what innovation is all about, but we actually have to work on experimentation and a good follow-up for implementation. We have to consider that those innovations come from different contexts and we can have them migrate to different contexts in different countries. So this is an opportunity for the different auditing institutions to go deeper in their innovation agendas, be it by means of experts teams or in a transversal way in their own institutions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Roman, for this beautiful introduction that really helps us address the experiences from different auditing institutions. We're going to have Guillermo Russo, who works in Paraguay, where he works with data use and also digital tools to modernize control processes. He works with international policies, and he's been working for over a decade in innovations in the public and private sectors. You have the word. Okay. Thank you very much. It's really nice to hear all of your presentations. We know that we have just started, and we really want to tell you about a case, quite of an emblematic one in our institution. Not just because of the environmental and social impacts that it had, but also due to the fact that it was an invitation for us to rethink how the SAIs can innovate, not only from the technological point of view, but also in our relationship with the population and how we can aggregate to the public values. So thinking on all of that, thinking about this quotation that you can see on screen, innovate is dare seeing things of our daily lives with a different outlook. And that's when we released our first technical report. And in Paraguay, we've had this situation for a few years. We see a growth, a disordinated growth of petrol stations. So we see that in Paraguay, we have the greatest quantity of petrol stations per inhabitant, per person in Latin America. So we have one. So we see that this is a situation that is quite complicated. If you know Asunción, you know that that is a very green city. It is undergoing development. So if there is no control, normative control, that are up to this context, we know that all of those resources, all of the greenery that we see, well, that can be threatened. In fact, in 2015, the Universidad Nacional de Asunción, the National University in Asunción, did a study where they collected different samples from different regions, water samples from our main river in the region, and 86% of the water analyzed was polluted due to fuels and petroleum. And in 2021, there was a failure due to a private company, and all of that contributed to the fact that the norms disappeared. We saw that the norms really disappeared. So that was an unconstitutional request, if you will. And the free trade was threatened too. For example, a petrol station cannot be situated within 1,000 meters from another one or a kilometer. it can't be close to shopping centers or schools. And what we actually saw is that in 2021, we failed in so doing. And many companies were tied, if you will. And then they started taking it for granted. And then that had a huge environmental and social impact since they were disregarding those norms. So we saw that the citizens, the population, was grouping. They were visiting institutions trying to find a solution, a feasible one. For 2 or 3 years, that's what they were doing. They were migrating from one institution to the other, trying to find some support. And in view of the frustration that they had, they started manifesting. They started carrying out demonstrations all over the city. We saw neighbors that would gather in front of petrol stations, and they would echo their voices on social media and on TV, radio, as a last resource. So they said, well, we are accomplishing our role as citizens, so we really have to exert our right to ask institutions that should actually have our well-being in mind to do their job. So as a last resort, we see that that group went to the public ministry, and they really didn't know how to advance in all of that. So they reached out to us in the population participation department. So the public defender's office came together with us, and then we thought about having innovative laboratories that would be concentrated on the population's participation. But of course, that was just the beginning of our efforts. So the public defender's office invited us to a workshop, quite of a basic one, just to have some capacitation on control. And on a certain day, a group of people went to the public defender's office and got together with their neighbors, people that were carrying out the demonstrations, and then we did what we usually do. We held a workshop showing them what were the contacts that they could reach out to in case of a need, and then something unexpected happened. One of the ladies stood up and said, "It is very nice, it's beautiful, what you're saying is too beautiful. However, in reality, that doesn't work. Things always go on the same way." So that was the witness by that lady, and I was appalled. At the same time, I could understand her frustration. How to deal with that situation is definitely very important, as when we have in view everything that is ahead of us. So on that day, I decided to be honest, transparent, and I explained to her the whole situation. I told her that sometimes it's not that people, it's not that we don't want to help, but sometimes we are a bit distant from the population, from the citizens, from the civils. Before working for the government, before government workers, we are citizens too. That's something that we have to remember. We have the same problems, and we also have the same rights. So whenever it rains and we have no maintenance for the infrastructure of the city, well, we suffer. We suffer with floodings. We are not oblivious to all of those problems. That's the moment when we actually started viewing one another, as partners. So we were working side by side. We viewed one another as allies. Even though we could understand their frustration of not getting answers, that was the first time in reality that we were actually discussing that. I said, "Well, I don't know you, I haven't met you yet, so I would like to invite you to come next week, and then you can visit the public defender's office. And then maybe we can have further meetings." And then we created a new link with that group, a link of empathy, which opened the way to something new. And then we incorporated that to our planning last year. And a fundamental pillar is that from that group of citizens that we met, on, we were able to build up on a basis for everything that we had later on. All of that was based on empathy. We really understood people's complaints, their pain, and then by means of all of that, we could come up with an answer. So we calmed people down, maybe saying, hold on, let me just finish the presentation. But then we didn't do that. We didn't propose a Q&A at the end of the session just to get rid of them. But no. We decided to go the extra mile, go beyond, and actually listen to people as they spoke. I've worked in the private sector. I've worked with different startups. And I thought at a certain moment, well, what will happen if this is actually the opportunity that we had been waiting for to test new things, to actually kick it off with innovation in our department? What if it is now the right time? So maybe we thought that maybe we could have some new methodologies that were used for the development of applications, something that many startups used. Maybe we could apply all of that to the petrol station issue. So we worked with design thinking and other methodologies. We worked collectively to identify, first of all, the problematic. We know that design thinking works for understanding the problem, and the agile methodologies will be useful to build the solution. So we got together. The first part, the first phase was to empathize and sympathize with those people, understanding deeply what those people were going through. The second thing was to define the problematic, the problem. Throughout our experience with the population, we really noticed that there is a common feeling, but sometimes we can't really pinpoint what that feeling is. And then some people would say, my problem is that the petrol station is right in front of my house. And then somebody else would say, well, it's next to my school. But in the end, there was no consensus. So our first task was to actually transcend, go beyond all of those individual complaints, understanding really what the general issue really was. From then on, we started idealizing some proposals, what we could actually do about all of that. We did some brainstorming. So after having the situation proposed, after having heard all of those people and creating this close bond with them, strengthening our links with one another, it felt like we were realizing, we noticed that they started believing in us again, believing that we could actually come up with solutions. We experimented with different things. We created work groups. They contributed with their ideas. And then we started with a prototype. We created a representation and we had it tested. The test was having a hearing with the auditors, where we proposed that theme. So as you can see in the photo, that was a meeting that we held, and we counted on the participation of many social media representatives. And we know that an auditing system or an auditing activity would probably take too long. We would probably have new petrol stations built during that time. So maybe we could have new ingredients, new tools. Maybe we could use our constitutional tools. And having that all in mind, we gave birth to the first report in our republic, a preventive report, if you will, that really mapped the whole situation in different institutions that were supposed to be auditing that sector. We also came up with, we also could precise the irregularities on the way. So I really believe that the Controller General's offices, they have what it takes to come up with evidence. They have the power to do something about that. That is very pertinent for the population. And so we started holding them accountable. And 3 weeks later, the President of the Republic who had received our report, he emitted a decree announcing a historic decision in favor of the environment, where he forbade the creation of new petrol stations during the period of 5 years. Nobody was expecting that. It was the best possible scenario. And from then on, we thought about a new task. So we really wanted to have the population understand how those decrees would affect their lives. It was an issue of public health. So the flow was logical. We really needed to understand the problem and adapt to it, finding solutions. Just to finish, I would like to tell you about our present competencies. We know that innovation is all about challenging that limit. The more innovative we are, the better future we're going to be able to design. Thank you.
Gracias, Guillermo, y felicitaciones.
Thank you very much, Guillermo, for the initiative. We are going to go from a new experience to one that is better established in time, because the challenge to new things is to transform these practices into reality. Now I'm going to invite Carolina, a federal auditor from the Federal Court of Accounts in Brazil. She is currently the Innovation Director, under which we can find TCU's CoLab. She has been occupying leadership positions for over 10 years. She has diplomas from innovation in the TCU that we call CoLab. We have existed for the past 10 years. We were founded in 2015, and we were the first lab in an external control body in Brazil and the world. Therefore, we set our pace through innovation. And we also promoted, through the interaction between managers and society, we also promote innovation in that way. Throughout our 10-year journey, we changed our method of action in a bit. So in the first 4 years of existence, we focused a lot on our internal dynamics and solving our challenges within the court. We promoted a number of trainings, agile methodologies, design thinking methodologies, and we never really thought that the lab would concentrate innovation. What we wanted to do was to disseminate innovation through the lab within the court. So we wanted to make everything feasible for the ends, and we were asked to start looking outwards and to help the public administration to solve complex challenges. And we thought, oh my goodness, we already have a huge scope and now we have a new challenge. So we began changing our action model a bit to be able to become an experimental lab so that we could build together with public administration possible solutions. So the way innovation occurs within the court and institutions that have this process, you have to consider the importance of a leadership that engages with innovation and that believes in it and that places that as a mark. We have had that for a number of years. Even before the existence of the lab, we already had a certain innovative process. You have to have organizational culture that allows experimentation. And I brought a few strategic factors, and it is the composition of all of these together that allows innovation to take place. Our colleague spoke a little bit about the steps that we usually take within the TCU to innovate, involving experiments and whatnot. Also, design thinking and methodology itself, which is identifying the challenge, the opportunity, the problem, prioritizing, involving several stakeholders in the solution, and building possible solutions, experimenting, because then if we get anything wrong, the impact will be small. Then, once it's perfected, we implement in scale and then we assess. I have a very short time to speak, so I only brought 4 cases. Some are older, but I thought it would be interesting to share them. We have the design thinking kit that we promoted. And why was that? We thought that for people to innovate and have the autonomy to do so, people needed a guide, a manual, a toolkit that could structure their actions and to conduct the methodology in a structured way. So we built, together with a private partner, we developed this kit that is also in a physical format. You can see what it looks like through the QR code, and it is available in Spanish as well. So this kit contains all of the design thinking phases and time estimates, resources, deliverables in order to use each of the tools and to build your innovation process autonomously. Another case that I brought here, this is about 8 years old. This was from when we began using geotechnology to supervise infrastructure works. Before, we had people that would go into the field for analysis in person, and they would see that there was maybe a deviation from the original project. There was already public expenditure into that work. And together with great universities of Brazil, and GIZ also supported us in this project, we began using geotechnology and the use of satellite images, geospatial data, spatial multi-criterial analysis so that we could follow up on these infrastructural works in real time. We had works where everything was drafted and set in stone, and when we arrived at the actual construction, it would deviate from what was established. Therefore, we were able to be more agile, to bring down costs, and to follow up in real time. Another thing, case 3 would be a platform for public procurement for innovation. Brazil and other countries, I believe, you will see that it's a lot easier to purchase traditional items. But when we talk about purchases for innovation, so I'm going to buy something to make a vaccine, to build a rocket, when I'm talking about technological risk and the possible development of research, then we, at least in Brazil, we have a more recent framework that is not broadly known. We actually promoted a research that involved over 2,000 participants, and we were able to see that this innovation framework was pretty much unknown, not only by public administration, but also by audit entities. So together with several stakeholders, we developed a number of solutions, and the most desired was a platform for innovation purchases so that people could obtain a vast number of information, the step by step, to be able to achieve what they wanted and to be able to choose the pathway to be adopted. So we prototyped the platform and developed it. You can see it through the QR code here. Several bodies from public sector currently use it and are part of the platform. It is very well used in terms of this theme. This is another more recent project that used foresight and strategic prospective planning. So we're not here to be able to predict the future. Of course, we don't have a a crystal ball, but we are here to be able to explore possible futures, their implications, so that we can make based better decisions right now. And we have a map of signals and trends, warnings and trends. This project will be the first prototype and be ready by next year. You can see the institutional video through the QR code, and I am fully available for us to debate this in more depth. I just have 2 slides I'd like to show. I swear I'm coming to the end of this. This is our innovation trajectory within TCU, as I mentioned before. We didn't begin with the lab in 2015. We actually began in 1997 with the first normative that encouraged research to innovate in methodologies and others. So we have a long journey. We have the laboratory that came to be in 2015, but we also have other areas within the court that conduct this innovation process as well. We have information technology. We have our corporate university with its research department. We have a department within external control that is also geared towards innovation and that seeks to engage citizens, civil society in this innovation. And this year we thought, you know what, it's time to clean house. A lot of people talking about similar innovations. And this year we sat down and developed a policy. We also institutionalized an innovation committee and are now building on the governance of our court, establishing KPIs so that we can manage everything that is happening in a more strategic way. So I'd like to share this with you, or else they're going to say, look, the lab came here and talked and didn't mention anybody else. So I would like to acknowledge them. We also have a question about what competencies do innovation teams need to have to be able to move forward with these projects. We established a partnership with Nesta from the UK, and they have very interesting material on this subject that we in this partnership have translated, and I'd like to bring this to you. You can see all the competencies, behaviors, and attitudes that the teams need to have to be able to develop innovative projects. And of course, we know this, but it is important to emphasize that the more diverse your team, the more rich will be the solutions. So if you have profiles that are very similar, you might have more difficulty in innovating. Having multifunctional and diverse teams are the preferred route. And how do we act? Usually in the lab, we prospect, experiment, and disseminate. We prospect new approaches, methodologies, new partnerships, new challenges as well. And we usually prototype, meaning we experiment with these new solutions that we build to then disseminate them. We disseminate them through events, publications. Here on the bottom, you can see some of the methodologies used. Design is the most frequently used. We also have Foresight, we have Design Sprint, we have had an experience with behavioral insights, and we have Lean Startup. I know this was really in a rush, but that was our experience, and I make myself available for any questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Carolina. We would like to bring the experience of TCU to show the innovation frontier in the region. Thinking beyond and toward the practices to promote a better management. Now we're going to talk with to emphasize development leader. She is responsible for strengthening sustainability leadership of SAIs on a global level. Achena?
Oh, because I'm listening to the, as I just want to first thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our experiences and reflections with innovation at the IDI. And what I'm planning to do in my brief presentation today, the slides are in Spanish, but as you can see, I'm only English speaking, so I apologize for that. I would like to share what we have done so far and share 6 reflections based on the work that we have done so far. And in that sense, I'm quite lucky to be the last speaker because I see that most of the speakers before me have already touched upon and captured, what I'm planning to say. At the IDI, and you can see this on the slide, innovation is a value. So for us, it's not just about a project or an initiative, about a process, it's about a value. It's about a mindset. So it's like the air we breathe, and that's what we want people to have. It should be imbued in all the work we do and in the way we are as people who belong to the IDI, that we are proactive, that we are curious. But most importantly, if you see in that value system, it's that we are empathetic, that we have a heart. So we work a lot with the employees of IDI to discuss what this value of innovation means in terms of behaviors that we want employees to demonstrate. And I think that for us is very important. We started actually during COVID times to look something specifically related to SAI innovations. And we set up an online platform, which is basically a knowledge sharing platform to discuss SAI innovations, where we brought together Supreme Audit institutions to share their innovations, but we also provided something called a SAI Innovations Marketplace. And many Supreme Audit institutions in this room have contributed to that marketplace, sharing how they do innovation. So this was like the IntoSai's motto, mutual experience benefits all, that we were sharing and learning from each other. But this was basically knowledge sharing. For ourselves, what we did is we created a portfolio of experiments. We wanted that safe space that we keep talking about to experiment before we rolled out anything. So we wanted to try it out. And there you will find a number of projects. So last year we had about 3 projects there. We were discussing issues like what does audit and assurance of sustainability reporting in the public sector look like, which is a big discussion now in the accountancy community. We were discussing how can we better provide support to SAIs in small island developing states. We were discussing issues coming out of the discussion the development partners have around public debt sustainability, for example. But we had it in this incubation space. What we have done is this year, what we want to do is to bring together the knowledge platform and the portfolio of experiments into something that is sitting in our Center for SAI Audit Professionals, and it is a portfolio called Future SAI Audit. So we want to look at what is Future SAI Audit going to look like, and not only how you look at it, but how you shape it. Because we believe that it's not just about engaging and something that's happening to Supreme Audit institutions, but we want Supreme Audit institutions to be key players. And that's some work that we did already with sustainability reporting in the public sector, where Supreme Audit institutions are coming together to influence the way standards on sustainability reporting are being written. And that's the space that you want SAIs to be in. So it's very much linked to the trending issues, the emerging issues that we pick up in the IntoSai community. More importantly, what I have seen in my experience is that most of our innovation work doesn't actually happen here. It happens in each and every initiative that we do, and it kind of goes across everything that we do. And in this, there are 6 reflections. The first reflection that I would really like to share with you is that we really live by this principle, innovation with a heart, which means for us 2 things. One is that any innovation that we do needs to be responsive to all the needs of Supreme Audit institutions, or rather, should I say, to the needs of every Supreme Audit institution, so that Supreme Audit institutions are not left behind. Sometimes we can find very creative, innovative solutions, but they are meant only for those who can engage. They don't kind of really help those who may not have that capacity to engage. So we are very mindful of that. The second aspect for us is that we do not innovate without including those that we innovate for. So we would bring together those Supreme Audit institutions who we think we're innovating for and innovate together with them. So it's not something just for them, but with them. And this is another important thing for us. And there are many examples of this, like now work we have been doing with small island developing states, particularly, that is a very good example of this. The second reflection we have is needs-based innovation. It is in Spanish, so I'm just going to check in English what I wrote. And that is about needs-based innovation, yes. And there you see the ketchup bottle, because I was reading something about this inverted ketchup bottle and how people figured out that, the end users, they were really struggling to get that last bit of ketchup out of the bottle, and that's what gave rise to that. So you want innovation that's needs-based, that is addressing a specific challenge or a problem, but also an opportunity that you have. So I think what's important here is to be able to listen, because when you're listening to so many kind of inputs that you're getting, and to scan your universe continuously, which is, again, I think, very related to the work that we do with emerging issues and trends, so that you know what is coming up and what is the need that you have to face. The third reflection, and I think this goes without saying, that we need to have curiosity and basically, be engaged and ask that question, why? But more than curiosity, I think you also need courage if you want to innovate. And this is related to that uncertainty that we all face. I mean, so many times in IDI, we have heard people tell me, Archana, this is a very ambitious project. I know what they're saying. I know what they're saying, that this is going to fail, most probably. But we have still gone ahead with it. We have invested in it. And luckily, so far, we have landed on our feet. So I think having that courage, I think, is really important. The fourth reflection I have here, I think all of us spoke quite a bit about it, is about collaboration, connection, and co-creation. Innovation does not happen when you're sitting alone, in your lab. It happens when you work together, and we have seen some fantastic results of collaboration in IDI. For example, we have PESA, which is a professional qualification for Supreme Audit institutions. It's the first of its kind. The whole community came together to help us to develop PESA. There were many challenges that we faced with it. Once again, the IntoSci community came together to help us with it. So it was a fantastic for us collaboration that we were able to do. And a lot of this was co-creation with those who are actually the end users. So that really helped us. We have done this a lot with small island developing states once again. We have done this with United Nations when we were developing a very innovative way of auditing SDGs, which was very different, but yet very much a performance audit. I think this reflection speaks very much to the point that was being raised earlier about how we are afraid. And of course, it's good to be afraid. But we must learn to fail. And the reason why I have that photograph is because when I went for a skiing lesson, the first thing I was taught is how do you fall on your skis so that you don't break your leg. So I think learning to fail is a very important learning that you have to do if you're going to innovate, because you will fail. If you are not failing, you're not innovating. So I think that's important. And then how do you learn from your failure? Because then you have to think about, okay, what did I learn from this? And that reflection part, I think, is very important for us. And last but not the least, and this is really important for SAIs, especially in smaller contexts, when we have very limited resources and limited capacities, small is beautiful. every innovation is important. You don't have to change the world. You can tweak your small processes, just go a little bit out of your comfort zone, and it works. So I think what is important is to try. And that would be my message, at least, that try it, celebrate your success, look for other things. You don't need that many resources. This is our example as well. What you need is the commitment and the will. And I have found that the more challenging the situation, the more innovative people get. And this I really saw in COVID as well. So I would really encourage all SAIs in this room to come, join us, work together with us, and together we can build something that is truly innovative. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Achana, for your reflections. That was quite deep. I took the time to take notes. I'm going to ask maybe 4 or 5 questions to all of you, but I'm afraid we won't have time. I am the time controller. So I'm going to ask you to maybe leave us with your last remarks, maybe a last idea, maybe your hot take, your takeout message. Maybe you can take 30 seconds to do that. Can you do it for us, please? I know it's going to be challenging, but if you are ready, if you've got your ideas, feel free.
No, no, sorry. To start,
Okay.
you can do it if you have your idea on your mind.
So I'm going to be very brief. Just to conclude, I'd like to say that we don't need to excuse ourselves to innovate. We don't need to. We can't forget that the citizen, the civils, are at the center of innovation. At the end of the day, they are the ones who are the pillars. They need more technologies. And sometimes we don't need a lot of resources. We just need to change a little bit of the way in which we work. We need to be bold. We need to be audacious and dare uh, make differences, make changes. So, first of all, we do things correctly, and then we do things better. So, we have to start to kick it off. So, I encourage all of you to do that, to collaborate together and also internationally. Thank you. Well, that was interesting. And I also think we have to be very passionate. That's what Achana said. We need to be passionate. So I think this area brings people together, people who are enthusiastic, people who are interested in solving public administration's problems. I don't think we have to reinvent everything. We've got so many nice things going on right now in different SAIs and different institutions from which we can learn. So I really believe that collaboration is key, as already mentioned. We can't do anything alone. We need partnerships. In our laboratory, we have three institutions that are working together. We have partnerships with the universities, with IDB, with many other organizations. So look out for partners. Be on the lookout. Find passionate people. Find existing solutions that can be used. We don't need to start everything from scratch. We can actually take advantage of existing solutions. Feel free. I'm at your disposal. Thank you.
I'm thinking about what to say, but if I were to pick one thing, I would say that we really have the benefit of being an Intosai family. And OLACEFS is one of the Intosai regions. So I think we should take this opportunity to, create that network for Intosai, which focuses on innovation. And that's what maybe you can start today.
Bien, quizá.
Very good. So, just to sum it up, the first thing is that I would like to say that public innovation, of course, the general one too, but especially the public one, well, we need to believe and understand that we have to be engaged and committed. We need to do what has to be done. Second of all, this innovation from the administration and also from the regulating or controlling institutions only come from the goodwill of everyone. We need goodwill for those processes, innovation processes to actually take place. So all of you as authorities, you have the political basis on which those technological innovations can actually be built on. And last but not least, innovation is inherent to human beings. And because of that, it's challenging to when it comes to all of the organizational cultures where we are inserted. So we have to think about people management whenever we think about grand scales. We need to understand that technology is an ally, but not the most thing when it comes to innovation. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you.
Agradecemos la presencia de todos los participantes.
We would like to thank the presence of all of our participants. We finish our first panel.
Para la presentación 2, con el
Now we're going to move forward to the second presentation, Global Trends and Their Implications for SAIs. We're going to invite to the platform to moderate this panel Jasmine Vergara, Director General of Institutional International Relations from SAI Paraguay. Dr. Jasmine is an expert in public policies, public contracts, and also governmental auditing. She works with design thinking. We would like to invite to the platform Luciano dos Santos too, a senior expert in the Brazilian SAI. We would like to welcome the lecturer and also the moderator. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you to this session where we're going to work with a new document about global trends. It's an initiative by InterSci. It's actually an invitation to look at the present and anticipate the challenges and opportunities that will define the future of public governance. This report is going to introduce you to 7 major global trends like the lack of trust in institutions, the economic challenges, the technological changes, climate change, and we're going to see what that means to government, societies, especially to the SAIs. The most important thing that we're going to talk here is participative or participatory governance, adding up to the value of our institutions in an uncertain scenario. Now, I would like to introduce you to Luciano Danin, who is a master in economy. He graduated in Universidade de Brasília, in the Brasilia University. He works with the international affairs of the Court of Accounts in Brazil. He also works in the Overseer Committee of InterSci, and he's also responsible for the Global Trends Report. In the Court of Accounts, he was the Secretary of International Affairs, and he also worked with governmental analysis. Luciano is going to talk to us about the findings of that report, the many opportunities that this document offers to the work done by our institutions. Luciano, you have the word.
Bom dia a todos. É privilégio poder estar aqui na OLACEFS. Dessa
So this initiative that was done by our competent committee is definitely very important. We came up with this report that was approved in 2024. And our committee of emergent subjects or issues was created to help INTERSAI understand the challenges that the future holds. We really need to understand the upcoming issues that are going to affect public administration, global societies. And this report, well, it was the first product originating from different technologies such as foresight, which in Spanish would be perspectivas de futuro, and in Portuguese prospecção do futuro, in English foresight, and it's quite distinct. It's different from forecasting, where we try to predict the future. And foresight is different because it's a set of tools and methodologies in a world which is ever more complex. And as we face multiple failures by the forecasting methodology, well, we have to come up with something different. We don't try to predict the future, but actually we have to project alternative kinds of future and learn from them before they actually take place. And then if one of those, in case one of those possibilities actually arrives and comes to reality, we will be ready. COVID was one example of that. Some countries had some ready to use solutions because they had learned from that before the pandemic actually stroked the world. So this report will show you the 7 mega trends that we see around the globe, just like Jasmine mentioned. I'm going to tell you very briefly how this report was created. And first, I'd like to tell you what the mega trends are. We've mapped them. Oops. I'm sorry. All right, let me come here. There you go. So we've mapped all of that. We started it off by mapping the available reports in the world that were created by well-known institutions, reference institutions, if you will, that could help us in this area. We worked with 17 of those. Those reports were selected by means of a bibliographic review, which was quite extensive, and then we mapped the tendencies or the trends that equal or that signal changes. We've mapped 142 trends, and then they were ranked based on 5 criteria. The first, the action potential that the SAIs have on them. For example, if something is connected to a Mars exploration, can it use public resources? Yes, it does, but it's not really connected to our work. So we're not going to focus on that. The second criterion was the impact. For example, if it is a trend that has an impact on our operation, then we're going to take that into account. For example, technology. The auditing work that we do today is not the same as what was done 5 or 10 years ago. The third one is good governance, the good use of public resources. Number 4, a global relevance for government and societies, and then we have some tendencies or trends that are naturally affect all of us. For example, climate changes. The 5th criterion was the novelty in the research context. So from those 144 trends, after having them mapped, ranked, analyzed, we decided to elect 7 megatrends that you can see on the slides. I'm going to tell you a little bit about those. And the idea of this presentation is to, well, it's going to be an invitation for you to actually have a look on our report. It's available in Spanish on the INTERSAI website. In fact, it's available in all of the official languages of INTERSAI. And we want to have webinars. We've had one in English, by the way. We want to have webinars in the official INTERSAI languages for the institution technicians? Well, we're going to move ahead now.
For each of these trends, we have the same structure. The first part is a description of the trend. What does it mean? How does it express itself? And after that, we have a few facts that prove the existence of this trend. We also present the uncertainties related to this trend because we're talking about trends here. So it's just like climate change. You have scenarios that are completely catastrophic, and there are others where you have more hopeful scenarios where the negative impacts of climate change are contained. After that, we summarize the implications for governments and societies. All of these sections into SAIs department did not add anything. What we did was extract what was in these 7 reports and include them in each section. Only the last section of each of these trends has a knowledge that is very unique to our community, which is, given these social implications, what will the implications be for the SAIs? What are the challenges and opportunities for our institutions? So I am going to begin with the first of these megatrends, and I'm going to explore it and dive into all of the sections I have mentioned. Let's talk a little bit about trust in institutions. This is a very highly desirable aspect. Trust in institutions allow humans to cooperate and to work together to solve problems. The problem is, in practice, trust in institutions, although it is something desirable, we have worldwide surveys structured among over 150 countries regarding this theme. But what it shows is that the trust in institutions is eroding. It is falling apart. People are losing their trust. This is a global event that was exacerbated by the pandemic. And it can present challenges for democratic values. Regarding our community, the report on the global situation of intisai we call IDI here shows that reverting a positive trend of the increase in independence that was seen in the 1990s until the beginning of the 2000s. In the last years, we have seen a decline in the independence of SAIs, both due to operational challenges, political challenges, and others. The fact is, within our community, we are also being witness to variations on this theme. In 2022, only 50% of the world population involved in the survey expressed trust in their government, 41% in governmental leaders, 62% in companies. And the increasing distrust is usually related to the decline of optimism regarding economy and social discontent, or an increase in that. A sentence that we emphasized in our report, and we believe very much demonstrates this, is the affirmation of 60-something% of people around the world that the lack of civility when provided with a number of affirmations to check. 66% chose the sentence that the lack of civility and mutual respect is the worst they have ever seen throughout their lives. So this is geared towards different segments of society. And among other factors, this is one of the contemporary challenges that the world is facing. Regarding uncertainties, the change in policies adopted by leading countries due to transformations post-election are one of the uncertainties that were mapped in our report in 2024. They show how a global scenario can quickly turn and how uncertain the efforts in education and others are in terms of bringing more confidence to this trust in the population. The implications for governments and societies. Due to this increase in mistrust, there are several possible and probable results. An increase in the cost for governance, the decrease in civil participation, the role of education and technology, the increasing distrust in government, which can lead to greater polarization in society, and a decrease in civil participation on a national, regional, and local level. We live in a very complex world with new technologies, and that is facing a number of new challenges, and that requires a continuous investment in knowledge and competencies, and greater knowledge on the value of institutions, what they promote to help revert this analysis. Trust in institutions holds an important role in commerce, international safety, and security. If tension between countries increases, these international cooperations can be compromised. And we can see that there are a number of changes taking place in the international scene. I'm going to talk on the erosion of trust and the implications for SAIs, us as control institutions. We have to improve. We face, for example, more complex audit scenarios. Sometimes we face challenges where there are misinformation campaigns on a certain theme or a public policy that is being audited, and of course that has implications to our work. And being uneasy can be a strong argument for losing trust in our institutions. Our SAIs hold a very important role. In creating trust for systems and for national states. We are institutions that, through our professionalism and our neutral stance, can, based on concrete data and inspection and audit results, show the actual situation that exists. We can be a source for reliable information. We can be a source for professional diagnosis based on scientific evidence and techniques that are recognized worldwide. We should engage in communicating the results of our processes. It is possible that in the future we might have to invest in communication approaches for different segments of our society to be able to conduct a more efficient communication process. We should also seek alliances with other institutions to be able to strengthen credibility. Now I'm going to begin moving through this a little more quickly, just explaining the trends. I am not going to talk in depth like I did right now about trust. I'm just going to touch on these subjects. So the mega trend 2 was economic challenges and public debt. It is one of today's greatest challenges. The uncertainties that this level of debt, which is brutal and gigantic, brings to us. The public debt in 2023 reached trillions of dollars, and at the time it represented 3 times the GDP of countries, and 80% of that debt is concentrated among developed countries. And among the uncertainties we have are the risks in terms of sustainability for our system as a whole.
As implicações para as FS.
The implications for SAIs. Our institutions already have a number of abilities and capacities regarding inspection and assessment of the fiscal status, but we need to understand how the fiscal status that is increasingly complex reaches different sections of society so that we can face the specific challenges that will affect our countries. Digital transformation. Today, over 40% of employments, and I'm talking about today, we're not even talking about the future, 40% of jobs of the work market is affected by digital tools. They're transforming governance, economies, interaction between people. The way we live has already changed. The way we relate to social media and social networks, all of this has changed society. We have deep and fast transformations that further accelerate scientific advances, offer opportunities in terms of gaining efficiency, but at the same time, technology can affect human values and the survival of society as we know it. Well, uncertainties, our capacity to adapt to development, the balance between cybersecurity and the preservation of individual values. Those are just a few of the number of challenges. We have 7 mega trends, and the goal here is not to explain them in detail. It's just to offer to you a few of the major pointers and encourage you to visit this report to learn more. Implications for SAIs? Well, regarding digital transformation, I don't even think we have to go too deep into that. Audits have completely changed. Audits have fully transformed from 10 years back, and I believe that 10 years ahead, they will have transformed even further. Climatic change. I'm not even going to address this theme. This is something that we are feeling, despite the fact that there are groups within our society that say, no, that is not a thing. It does not exist. Yesterday, our president was mentioning, let's change the name to climatic disasters. Instead of discussing if it exists, let's start discussing what can be done. And the uncertainties, let's move over that. But one of the greatest findings of the climate scanner that was presented in COP30 less than just a few weeks ago right now, we had a planet scanner with over 100 observatory institutes, and many of them do not know where the money is being applied in terms of climatic change financing. So there is a lot to be done in terms of this global trend, which is a threat to our survival. And I'm going to ask you to excuse me. I'm going to go over this very quickly. It talks about demography and demographic division, the aging of society, and in trend 6, we have global migration. And to end my speech, we have megatrend 7 related to the increase in inequities. Inequity is growing among the countries and within the countries. Inequality, this has been economically demonstrated. It is a limit to values and ethics and to the economy. And as countries in the Latin American region that coexist with a number of inequalities, we know this. And the implications for SAIs are, for example, promoting audits for efficacy geared towards the social, health field, and others, understanding how the programs and public policies affect and reach different segments of society in different ways. I started speeding up because, we have a short time here for our assembly. So I am going to conclude by saying, number 1, the use of foresight as a highly needed tool for INTESAI. If we want to maintain ourselves as a relevant institution to the world, we have to be able to offer products that are useful to our societies, and we must learn to anticipate the future. I also want to emphasize the importance of international cooperation. Anticipating, strategic planning. These exercises demand very specific knowledge that not all of our SIAIs have available, but within our international cooperations and our coordinated work groups, we can provide this knowledge as well as guidelines, such as the one that was recently approved in INTESAI's Governing Directive Council. And this will result in assisting SAIs in the implementation of strategies that promote a preventive analysis and therefore preventive actions. Here we talk about how to work with strategic planning, with risk assessment, the annual audit plan, the individual audit plan, and recommendation strategies. And to conclude, I leave you with this strategic foresight report sentence or quote, which says that the foresight and anticipative tools are fundamental for institutions that intend to remain relevant in a world that is ever changing and evolving, and that provides information on the emergent trends and its future implications.
Agradecemos a presença.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So in order to make up the next panel about innovation and citizen participation and oversight, we invite to the platform to moderate this panel. We have the national consultant of the Inter-American Development Bank, Renzo Lavin. We also invite to make up the panel Nicholas Dussin, a specialist in state modernization and innovation in behalf of the population, he who is an IDB representative. We're going to have Romel Diaz Marquez Ribas Brandão, Chief Auditor at Innova Aud, here in the local SAI. Livia Noguera, working at the United Nations Development Program. Livia Noguera, please. So we would like to welcome our moderator and also the lecturers. So Renzo, you have the word. Hello, good morning. Well, until we have mobile microphones, I'm going to start by using this one. I'm very happy to talk about innovation and citizen participation and oversight. The oversight of our SAIs. I have two challenges. Livia is one of the panelists, and she's really engaged, and she's got an appointment. So we probably gonna have to hurry up a little bit, and maybe you're going to feel a bit hungry in a few minutes. So I'm going to try to moderate. I'm going to control the time in here during this panel. So let's start with Nicholas Dussin, the IDB representative. So we're going to see some of the IDB studies on citizen participation and AI used by the SAIs. After that, we're going to have Romel Brandão, who is a chief auditor at the Court of Accounts. We're going to see some recent practices of citizen participation. And then we're going to have Olivia Noguera, working at UNDP, the UNDP. We're going to have a global perspective on citizen participation and also trust in institutions. Nicholas, if you are ready, feel free. I believe we have a presentation. Oh, there you go. We've got the slides on. Good. Thank you, OLACEFS, for the opportunity to present to you this panel. What I'm going to show you today is a project that we are about to finish. It still hasn't been published, but it's connected to the continuity of what we showed to you last year. In 2024, we had an article, a paper, a publication about citizen participation in fiscal control. If you would like, you can use the QR code and download it. And then we analyzed 60 cases in 30 countries. We saw diverse degrees of maturity. We had more participants than collaborators. So it was more to monitor, of course. So they can't really do things in practice. So we really wanted to have them involved. But we know that this process was a bit, it wasn't equal. There were gaps. There was some inequality. So we want to show you some progress when it comes to the citizen participation using AI. I really believe that, as we have heard this morning, of course, we know that we need to promote the use of AI. We know we've seen some examples where we could see that. We've got more mature examples that show that. We know that we've got a lot of work ahead. It's a precondition for the functioning of AI. It's interoperability in the system and working with data too. I don't want to be redundant, but of course, this increases the capacity in detection of problems and analysis too. It really makes our lives easier, especially for Gen Xers and Gen Zers. We know that we don't have as many boomers here, but it can also help us too. So we're going to be able to work with those changes. It's something that we've been trying to promote inside each SAI. This is an example. If you want to go fishing, for example, I believe that AI is going to help us filter. We're going to have bigger fish. We're going to see what we actually have to audit. So AI is going to help us detect the big problems, the big fish, if you will, by means of data crossing. We have some public information too that can be used in that. That's what we've been doing in Chile. Maybe we can work with, for example, we can data cross medical information with international trips. We can do some network mapping, abnormality detection. We see practical ways in which we can use that. Sometimes things are unexpected, so we have to work with all of that. So we really have to focus on the big fish. That's the point. And also, of course, we have to be very careful also with things that can be unnoticed sometimes. For example, the complaints. Sometimes people call, sometimes they denounce, they complain. So we really have to think about those complaints. We have to filter them. We don't want to waste our times on meaningless complaints, of course. And then we have to focus on worthwhile complaints. Here on the slides, we have small letters, but basically what we tried to do is, well, it's just like I said before, we've got some chatbots and assistants. We know that this is an interactive system. The citizen can use it. It's quite clear. It can also be used in the Controller General's office. So this system can actually relate with its different components. We have different levels of AI, of course. For example, it can make decisions in our place. It's self-regulating. We know that there are some challenges and risks in that, but we need oversight, of course. So in chatbots, we can feed it with current legislation, with its interpretation, the administrative interpretation by the many auditing institutions. We can also feed it with some other information about place and time. We know that the Controller General's office can actually be helped with the use of AI. I would also like to explain to you what we've been doing. We've been doing some case mapping. It's like a case study. We are in this phase now where we are learning. Whenever we have projects, new ideas, we know that we start brainstorming on new examples, new possibilities. Sometimes it comes from someone who is not an expert. We have accountants that are working together, and then they come and ask the IT team a question. Can we do this? Is it possible? And then they get a green light to proceed. We know that this takes time. We know that we are susceptible to mistakes, but that's what AI is for, isn't it? We have legacy declarations too. This is what we are doing in Honduras, and we are going to Uruguay to do the same too. We're going to work on a statement of assets over there. Remember the example of the phishing activity. We can use AI to detect irregular situations, things that are not according um, to a certain aspect of daily life. For example, we can work with wages. We can see if a certain employer's wages is connected to the average wage in the region. We can check his debts. I'm sorry, to see if there is some sort of fraudulent work going on. We can also check public reformations, public purchases too. We can audit internal issues, always favoring citizen participation. Of course, we can get all of that by means of AI. We have Declarabit. It's a it's a declaration by the IDB with its own algorithm to detect all of those problems. For public work and also purchases, we have the example of Costa Rica and Brazil. I believe I've already mentioned that. In Costa Rica, they want to connect the control department and other departments, and they want them to use machinery and AI to understand public investments. You also have the Court of Accounts, which is well known here. We've got examples in Finland, places that basically do the same thing. They detect problems. For example, when we think about public work or public reformations, well, that can be quite typical, isn't right? Sometimes we have suppliers that only work for one institution, and then sometimes we see some sorts of irregularities with that kind of service. And then having all of that data analyzed is easier when we use AI. We have a whole view, and then we can see all of the red flags in the different public processes. This is possible. It can be done. It's feasible if you have a database with structured pieces of information. And something else that I was thinking about was what our friend from Paraguay said. Budget. Budget is not the budget is not the most important thing. There are things that are more relevant, such as the change of the organizational culture, and also something else that is not things that are not connected to budgetary issues. Let's talk about risks and limitations. I don't want to go too deep into it. We've already mentioned, for example, deficiencies in digitalization, the lack of technical capacities and human resources. This is something that we've been working on. And I'd also like to let you know that we've got an AI course provided by the IDB. It's very nice. It's very worthwhile. If you get in touch with us, maybe we can share it with you. It's at your disposal. So if you would like to get to know more about that, feel free. We really want to create products. Oh, there you go. We've got Honduras. We're going to have an auction here. That's it. We really have to understand false positives. This is also a problem. This is the kind of problems that we need to understand to improve the system. It's something that needs to be done. If we have a false positive, we need to apologize, adjust the algorithm, and correct the situation. And everybody is going to understand that, I'm sure. I'm talking about communication, the press, journalists. Yeah, that's the point. We have to be quite apologetic. We have to admit our error and then move forward. We know that the risks when it comes to control and auditing, for example, when we talk about privacy, we know that the algorithms have some problems with privacy. There are some gaps that need to be filled. For example, some of the softwares that do some research, sometimes they can eliminate people that live 20 kilometers away. Sometimes those people are the most willing ones to actually travel and, um, take on a certain position. Maybe that can be used on HR. In HR, these are risks. Sometimes HR tries to use certain softwares that might actually eliminate potential workers. We don't want to stigmatize poverty, which is also another point. So behind all of those um, challenges, we know that there are people that receive subsidies. They don't deserve those grants from the government. So we have to be very careful. We need to understand where the boundaries are supposed to be set. When it comes to assets, it's not quite simple, is it? We know we have sensitive data, for example, sexual orientation or sexual preferences, religion, health preferences too. And we know that this these assets are not to be taken lightly. These are themes that we really have to look with different eyes. And we have to be apologetic sometimes. We need to be accountable. We've already talked about the conditions for a successful use of AI. And I think that's it for now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was a bit hungry, and then I forgot to introduce you to everyone else. He is an expert, a chief expert at IDB. He works with public integrity, and he coordinates the connection between the IDB and SAIs. He studied at the New York University, or University of New York. We're going to Romeo Brandão now, the chief auditor at the Court of Accounts, the Court of Accounts in Brazil. He graduated in architecture and urbanism. He works with public management and public policies. He also worked with public work auditing, and he also works with Innova Out. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you. I'm going to speak very briefly. I've prepared my presentation based on some special products that the Court of Accounts has produced in the last years, which are related to citizen participation. And in the end, I'm going to show you practical auditing examples where we see some challenges and what we've learned a lot from them. And I'm going to show you some concrete examples on how we've been able to actually face those challenges and how we've been able to convert some of the perceptions on the need for change in practical actions and how we've been carrying out this process. The first point, I would like to tell you about the institutional guidelines at our Court of Accounts. Vital Dorrego, during these next years, 25 and 26, is going to be working on that. We have three main guidelines, external guidelines. The first of them is an institutional dialogue. We have to focus on our main client, the citizen, or the civils. And the third one is to have a citizen participation. So those three guidelines are involved in our institutional set. And we know that this is all connected to the value generated by the state. And in order to face and direct, in fact, in order to use or apply, implement those directions, and to carry out the actions that are going to strengthen them, we created some units, and we've also made some institutional and organizational adjustments. I'd like to tell you about the Institutional Relations Secretariat, which has the role of strengthening this articulation between the Court of Accounts and relevant actors that might need to be mobilized for those transformations to take place. Throughout the past years, we've noticed the difference that we can see between having a traditional approach, which is isolated, where the control department evaluates or assesses a situation from its own point of view and forwards their recommendations, and works that actually involve something more collective, a collective construction of pathways and solutions. So this secretariat has this latter goal. We really want everybody to work together, to work collectively and come up with answers. It's also important for the interpretation of the problems. So it needs to be very collective. And another unit is the one that I coordinate, which is inside the external control department, where we focus on innovation. It's the unity of promotion of innovation and control. We created that around 10 years ago, and from 2025, we have taken a new step. We created a special unit which focuses on auditing and creating and performing external control with this goal of boosting innovation.
Here I'm going to talk about 3 products that we have. The first was developed last year, still in the administration of Minister Bruno Dantas, which is citizen participation in TCU, with the idea of converting citizens into a strategic partner to improve public services and implement a culture of participation within the TCU's actions. I think this served as a reference for several players and actors to be able to come into this scenario. But I think the main advance was the perception that citizens are not simply an extra workforce, an extra arm of control. They are actually very much capable and should be a main actor in building control itself, in designing control processes, and in the point of view on the result, a point of view in the results of public policies. This is being developed this year, and this is a inspection guide that will allow citizens to be involved directly in control. It is a step forward and an advance, but building these control actions with the participation of citizens is a completely different form of challenge. We know that they can contribute to seeing the impacts in public policies and social policies, but a lot of times the population itself does not see the actual impact in their daily lives. They don't see a tangible result in that and aren't even able to understand what took place there. And that is one of the greatest challenges imposed. Not only this commitment in permanently seeking this generation of impact, but also building a point of view that allows this impact to be an essential part of what is generated. We continue to generate impacts in the traditional way we have until here, but we are looking at new ways to reach the population. Third is the citizen portal. And this is a portal where we open space for cooperation and for the definition of priorities and actions that will be conducted by the TCU or Federal Court of Accounts based on citizen perception. In this portal, we talk a bit about the TCU, what it does, the audits or the works that are developed within the TCU and that dialogue best with the population. And then we propose a vote based on pre-selected topics so that there is an engagement from this population, from citizens, so that we can define priority lines of action. This year we had 5 themes that were developed, and at the end of the year, last week actually, we placed everything in a single session. And the results are also disseminated through this portal. Finally, 2 audit processes where we have been implementing these guidelines, some of the challenges we face, and gains that we have perceived. First, this audit that seeks to protect the elderly against digital crimes. What would I like to emphasize in this work? First, the cutout of a very vulnerable population based on an actual public issue, and that affects all of us. I receive dozens of calls per day, messages, people trying to scam you and trying to obtain undue advantages, and that's what we began mapping, an actual issue that has to be addressed. The second aspect was not only mapping the journey of these users and direct conversations with them and their family members, it really involved a huge effort, and that was a learning point for us to be able to promote an audit on a very important theme, but that takes the idea of talking to citizens very seriously. I will tell you, it is even more more work than a double audit. We mobilized people from all over Brazil. We conducted interviews with thousands of users. And a third point was that this work brought us insights and an action guide for all others. Why? Because we are promoting work in which there is a subjacent vulnerability, and we want actions that are pertaining to the situation. We receive phone calls every single day, all day long. You don't know who is on the other side. And of course, you have to be able to ensure the trust of this communication and the reliability. We can't simply send out an email and say, click here, or send a QR code. There has to be this very attentive way of acting upon the issue so that the citizen is able to see the process and trust in it so that we could then report on the results in a safe way. And so we have been seeking to prioritize the citizen portal where we will have information on this initiative. The link will be there. There's going to be a lot of information for the citizens to access. And the second work is called Citizens in Control. And it is a survey where we took the idea of listening to our population to the maximum extent. So we wanted to identify issues, control mechanisms, and we started with a design that promoted workshops, applied questionnaires with the school community of a city that was mapped. It's Petrolina in Pernambuco. And the criteria that we used to put together this work were very unique and different from what we are accustomed to using so that we could reach different results. We're very much used to promoting data assessments and public policy structuring surveys and to promote cutouts in places where there is a larger population, so state capitals and metropolitan regions. And what we did was we chose specific cutouts, and we chose to visit a community that had a very strong urban presence, but also a strong rural presence. Rural activity and its geographic and populational characteristics are very, very special to it. We set up workshops, and within those workshops, we had a step to understand the TCU's role, a step for the students to place themselves in the role of public managers. And this is a program called Possible Cities. We basically had a role play and discussed the problems and the possible solutions for those real life situations. And something very interesting was we did this in partnership with the TCU of the state of Pernambuco and the Department of Education of the state. And there was an auditor from the state TCU that a few weeks before our visit had applied a questionnaire and promoted an audit to be able to assess a few things. And she said, I am very surprised with those who are participating in this workshop. I can see a reality that is completely unlike the one that I perceived when I applied the traditional questionnaire. So if I had to go back and redo that work, I would definitely promote changes. And that showed us that that is a essential approach for us to be able to reach places that the control bodies are not yet reaching. So it was a very deep conversation. We applied techniques to for example, the questionnaire had AI generated questions based on the answers of students and parents and teachers. So that allowed us to really dive deep into a few aspects, and that gave us greater engagement in return. And now we're processing all of this information and expect to bring you the results and talk about the differential of these processes very shortly. I did have a few other things to present, but due to the time limitation, I'm going to conclude here. And I'll leave the challenges and how we overcame them for a later moment. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have questions and answers. We have PNUD, which is an initiative by the UN and UNICEF. She has a doctorate in cooperative initiatives, and she was generous enough to speak with us in Spanish. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. You are persevering. I can see that you're hungry, but you're still here. I hope that the theme we are going to address right now is of interest to all of you. We're going to talk about cooperation with multilateral institutions to fostering citizen participation, and we're going to talk about evidence and tools for the work developed by SAIs. And all of you as representatives for these institutes, as you know, we've already been addressing the trust crisis throughout all panels this morning. So I brought a few essential pointers here. In the places where we talk about this development agenda, this call to the world, to countries, one of the discoveries is that this lack of connection between people and institutions exists, and this makes people feel like they are being left behind. There's no more trust in the system, and this crisis impacts the entire democratic playboard in overcoming challenges. It is a multifaceted crisis. We have climatic crisis, we have crises everywhere, and we need to reinforce citizen actions. And we need to promote this reapproximation. I'm going to try to be a little bit faster regarding the data. And afterwards, you can see where we got all of this data from. For example, we have a decline in the trust in public institutions, where today about 20% are going through this feeling, and this represents a risk to democracy, meaning that more people would support regimes that were not democratic. And 40% of youth does not trust government. That is very significant. Here we have two reports that were published last year on democracy, governance, and inequalities, the relationship between the TRICE crisis, democracy, governance, and inequalities in the region. As you can see, we have PNUD, where you can find this, and here in Latin America, we have the hope of changing the scenario, and to do that, we would like to invest in the capacities of public institutions and strengthen participatory spaces. We have this other report right here, regional report on human development. And our intent is to work within spaces that promote dialogue and share experiences. We have this report on global human development, the last report in 2024. In addition to trust, we also talk about polarization, because all of these factors impact our future. Because development, democracy, the proximity between citizens and institutions, these all play a key role in development. It is a construction. You are paving the way for common development. All of us, and you as representatives, here in the name of each SAI, we talked about SAIs and ESCs and all of these terms. The Superior Audit Institutes hold a prime role in promoting this proximity, so that citizens can see that control is something that they can participate in and be a part of. Trying to be very fast here. One of our examples, one of the methodologies that we are working with is foresight. The idea here, we know about the trust crisis, the poly crisis, but how can we pave the way to the future that we desire? We have so many scenarios. So of course, foresight somehow predicts the future, which is done through choices made by each institution every day. So we have to have clarity on the horizons that we have, and we have to base our decisions and guide our decisions to induce a future that we have as our goal. We want to be protagonists in building this future. And therefore, we focus on the idea of foreseeing public discussions focused on society, on monitoring focused on the future, the construction of scenarios with civil participation. And here we have an example of reports that you will receive throughout the presentation. You can find this on the internet. It's a very practical guide on how you can work to bring in the youth to this process.
We have many tools and we have the step-by-step process. For example, we can use workshops, we can involve youths. So I'm trying to work with different partners in all of this. So we can have young people participating, and we can also have a debate between generations. Nicholas has already spoken about our generations, Gen Zers, Gen Xers, etc. We have to believe that all of those generations are present in this process. Also, the boomers. So we have to promote an intergenerational dialogue. So we have an example here on how to do it. How can we come up with different interactions between between generations? And when we talk about youth, we don't talk about one single kind of youth. We have indigenous young people, we have rural young people, also city young people. So we really have to understand who we are talking about. We have another example here. This is a report from Signal Spotlight, where we see the emerging tendencies that are which are very meaningful and significant in the world. This was published in Brazil. We worked with an institution that has brought different countries to discuss a possible future scenario. We also had the Ministry of Management and Innovation in Public Services, MGI, and later on we're going to tell you what scenarios were generated for Brazil. That was all built in a collective fashion. We had our friends from the Court of Accounts who participated in those discussions. And here, I really believe that this study can be quite interesting for all of you. It's a foresight guide for Parliament. I think we have a clear example here, seeing the function of every SAI. We see the relation between their functions and this study. We have an analysis of 14 different countries and how they are discussing future-related issues and having the citizen included. It's quite small on screen. I don't think you can see it, but in the report you can see that in more detail. You can see those sheets. It's interesting to see how foresight, or this idea of a future view, can actually generate a governance, an anticipated governance. We can actually anticipate those scenarios. We can foresee the risks, and we can work on our control, legislation, and representation. So how is that all connected to the SAIs? For example, in control, how can we bring that to our reality? We can think about the possible public policies and also budgetary distribution. For example, we have an example in Finland. They were very fruitful doing that. We can anticipate challenges and see future opportunities, and we can be provocative. We can think about ways to carry out changes. So, for example, when we talk about health issues, or when we talk about aging populations, understanding the issues that come from all of that, we can anticipate, foresee a future that is not going to generate a significant impact on the country's budget. We have the example of Singapore, where we used big data and artificial intelligence to analyze the perspectives connected to the legislation and also the role of many actors in society. We have the example of Uruguay too, and some others, with the Controller General's Office of the Federation in Brazil. This is a publication that shows best practices in terms of regulation and also having a citizen participation. So we see where and how those best practices are taking place. Maybe to have gender equality, racial equality too, thinking about the beneficiaries of those public policies. We also want to help those beneficiaries really understand the language that we use. We want to promote their participation in the discussion of regulatory norms. And as we talk about participation, well, we know that one of the former panelists said that communication is key. And we, as public institutions, we have to communicate, we have to inform the citizens. And we've been drafted to think about that communication in an innovative way. We really have to bring the citizen closer to us. We have to generate that interest. We have a draft that is open, a call for action. We are generating an atlas, the Atlas of Innovation, where we collect situations, cases from different places on different levels. And then we can see how we can come up with strategies in communication in order to draw the citizens to us. This is the last slide. This is just to clarify that the promotion of public spaces, which are inclusive and open, is key for human development. Without that, we can't get to the 2030 agenda, and we can't really face whatever is coming after that. So for PNUD, especially PNUD, PNUD, governance is key. And for that, all of you who represent the SAIs, you are key too in this process. We want to draw people and promote this citizen agenda. I'm really sorry for the time, and I'm here at your disposal for any questions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Livia. We have no time for questions. We have only 2 minutes, so I would like the maybe we can have a last round of reflections concerning the presented panel. So you have 30 seconds and counting. So IDB, the IDB is trying to develop products, standard products to be shared with different countries. Capacitation is important for them. They've been working on AI, and this is at the disposal of whoever wants it. Technical visits can also be booked whenever you want to send 2 or 3 employees to learn how things are done. We have the Controller General's office that can help with that. We have some other supports that are going to be useful on the short run and also in the long run. We have action plans, and we always think about the critical points for the implementation of a project. So this is what we can offer. We know that the community, well, and I'm going to say we because I'm part of the IDB, we know that the community is harmed, but we are here to help them. Romeo? So my final remarks. The first thing is that citizen participation and innovation are not a choice, they are a need. It's obligatory. So government can't, they can no longer deal with generic reports that lead us nowhere. They are just like the previous ones, which are similar to the previous ones before them. And we know that auditors can no longer take it. Sometimes they know that they have to improve governance, they have to improve internal controls, but not in a generic way. So we really have to advance towards the concretization of governance. We have to really carry out real transformation in people's lives. We really have to test and measure results from those experiments that are taking place. The Court of Accounts has already started with different initiatives on citizen participation, and we now are working with the systematization. We're having a consultancy with PNUD to analyze all of those initiatives and generate a guide on how to use those results. And at last, we have a challenge ahead of us. We have a huge resistance. Some issues are they appear to be clear, but not so. But they are not so. For example, for the past 6 months, we were trying to come up with a certain design, but the coordinator of the project at all times he was trying to work with a traditional approach. So it was very difficult for us to actually change people's perspective. This is something that we've been working on, and with expressive gains, we can learn a lot. We can have engagement too. So as we come closer to the citizens, and as we prove ourselves to be willing, listening, to listen to them, that has a very positive impact on the population and also the auditors. They find meaning in whatever they do, and that really transforms people. So I really believe that this is my takeaway message. So who is going to fix the problem? Is it the mayor, the governor, the president? So we have to think about that too, the different degrees of power. Sometimes the citizen doesn't need to know those degrees, those levels. They just need the problems to be solved. It is up to us to talk to the competent department. This is my final message. Thank you. Well, I think that just to sum it all up, I think that the required change has to involve the institutions and also the population. For example, PNUD supports Brazil and other countries in Latin America. We have a gender equality seal. So we've been working with different countries' legislation departments, with the Court of Accounts in Brazil, with the the Lawyers General's Office too. We have many examples in Latin America where we can actually work on changing people's mindset, especially the employees at those institutions. I don't know if you've participated in the workshops that we had. I remember that PNUD was there, and an important pillar when we talk about crises and climate change, that there is a specific pillar that is part of that tool. We have to observe governance mechanisms and where the participation of the population is. So to sum it all up, well, I believe that this is something that you are already doing. You are going through this changing process. So this is the idea that we have at PNUD. We want to give you more tools to help you out in this process. Thank you. Thank you all. We would like to thank you for the participation. Now, we're going to have the official release of the Innovation Fund, and a collaboration between OLACEF and GIZ. This is Adapter Infra. I would like to invite Jasmine Vergara from Paraguay. I would also like to invite the chief directors of Adapter Infra, Ms. Amanda Rocha. We're going to hand it over now to Jasmine Vergara. Oh, and Amanda Rocha. Good afternoon, everyone. We're not going to take longer than 10 minutes. First of all, good afternoon, Amanda. Thank you for joining us for this session. I'd like to tell you that I'm very touched during this special moment. We're going to have the official release of the Innovation Fund. So I'm going to tell you that this fund is an initiative by the Center of Innovation and Development at OLACEFS, which is responsible for the presidency here, and also the Adapter Infra project. So just to explain to you, for those who are not familiar yet with that center, this is a new instance in our organization, which depends directly on the presidency. And we want to align our different strategies and our views, always focusing on the acceleration, the speeding up of our processes internally. So at the beginning of our mandate, we started a series of analysis, studies, surveys with the help of a consultant that is actually joining us today, and we had a lot of enriching results with all the shareholders. And from that, we came up with a report, a very interesting report that is available on our website, where we see the recommendation of a specific instance to help out with this speeding up with our internal processes. So those instances, together with other departments, we decided to create a workshop. We had a workshop in May in Chile, and by means of an innovative technology, design thinking, we thought about how to implement this project. So this was thought out to accelerate the innovation initiatives for the improvement of the public control, to improve our communication with the population, and still talking about sustainability and gender equality. Well, this is all aligned with our infrastructure, which is resilient and sustainable too. So just to give you some technical information, I'm going to hand it over to Amanda from Adapter Infra OLACEF. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jasmine. I'm very touched. As we said before, well, we've been developing this fund. This idea came up in February, and now I'm going to share with you something important. I had a presentation, but I'm not going to be able to show that to you, and I'm going to tell you why. The previous presentations were so inspiring that I believe that that is enough. That can reinforce the objectives of OLACEFS and GIZ when it comes to the Innovation Fund for the creation of digital tools. So I'm going to share with you the most remarkable points. We've already presented you some deep reflections. For example, in one of the presentations, we talked about values that need to be connected to real problems. And that's why we have methodologies that can support that process. Something else that was mentioned during this panel was the likelihood of making mistakes, which is quite high. And as we saw in the radiography, making mistakes is still a taboo. So I really believe that this innovation fund comes up as an answer, a response to this need for a place of learning. Sometimes we have to share our pain, our scars, our wounds, and all of that is going to allow for the making of mistakes by the SAIs in a controlled environment. So this will allow us to have to learn a lot. Lastly, I remember that Carolina said that there is a collaboration with GIZ supporting the different SAIs in their innovative initiatives. This is an iconic project. We had a project with the Court of Accounts too. This has all been designed by means of lessons that we learned with best practices guidelines. And in more details, I remember that Jasmine mentioned that this is all connected to sustainable infrastructure. And it's true that we have to have in mind the criteria of participation. So I'm going to show you a video that illustrates what I've said. And I would like to invite all of the SAIs to apply to this innovation fund for this innovation fund. Innovation is the capacity of connecting people and institutions, creating bases that will guide external control towards a better future. In Latin America and also in the Caribbean, the external control faces some challenges due to the climatic change and also the modernization in digital tools. The SAIs need to audit infrastructures that are complex and sustainable, taking into account their social dimensions, always focusing on human rights, and for that they need spaces to create, connect capacities, and innovate. To answer to those challenges, to respond to those challenges, we created the Innovation Fund Adapter Infra, which is sponsored by OLACEFS and GIZ. This regional initiative seeks to promote and accelerate digital solutions created by the technical teams at each SAI. This is to strengthen innovation in external control in the region. We want to identify, boost, and scale up digital initiatives to potentialize effectiveness and efficiency of the auditing processes. We want to work with gender equality and human rights, and we make it all more effective for a sustainable development. In order to participate, each SAI has to present proposals which are technical, feasible, original, and that foster inclusiveness. We need between 2 or 3 participants of each SAI, which will include a technology expert, an IT expert. All of the criteria will take into account relevance, feasibility, inclusion, and visibility. The Innovation Fund Adapter Infra seeks ideas that will innovate and transform. Applications will be accepted from the 23rd of October to mid-February 2026. The process is transparent and accessible. All of the accepted programs will be activated, will be put into work between April and August of 2026. We invite you to apply to this Adapter Infra Innovation Fund in order to have more transparency and value to society, in order to bestow more value to society. And just to finish, I would like to invite you all to show your initiatives, all of the conditions. And if you have some questions, Amanda is here to answer your questions. So thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amanda Rocha and Jasmine Vergara. And now for the presentation of the climate change document on the sustainable infrastructure. We have some OLACEFS and GIZ's projects, and we have different committees that are connected to gender equality. We would like to invite to the platform, representing all of those, the Coordinator General, Ms. Graciela Otegui.
Invitamos también al director.
We also invite the Director General of the Paraguay Control Institution, Mr. Florencianes. And we grant the floor to our participants. We are going to ask you to please show the presentation that we've brought, if possible. As you can see, this preliminary study on climate justice and sustainable infrastructure, what it has that is very interesting is that we thought about the impacts of climate change in an everyday reality that is marked by hurricanes and climatic phenomena. The solutions that we are developing to protect ourselves, they were actually in detriment of those most vulnerable. We developed a preliminary study on sustainable infrastructure with a climatic perspective and resilience for those who are most vulnerable. As has already been in my name, what I'm going to do is present some fundamental pointers here. This theme makes us think about how we want to build, forces us to think about how we want to build a common future and how SAIs can occupy a fundamental role considering climate change. Well, climate change affects everyone. We are all in the same boat. The impact of climate change, however, is not the same for all. Climate justice seeks to place at its center equity and those who are most vulnerable. The impact of the three planetary crises affects more vulnerable communities very disproportionately. In truth, those who are less responsible for GHE, or greenhouse emissions, are those most affected. And that leads us to understanding the central idea of climate justice. This is not something that is yet to come. This is something that is already in place, and we need sustainable solutions. And that is why it is important that through OLACEFS, we adopt activities through which we can promote discussions, strengthen our SAIs regarding control. The SAIs have a strategic role to ensure that investments in public policies pertaining to infrastructure are efficient and promote equity. Would you like to speak? Oh, no, no, no. So we promote workshops for transversal themes for gender, human rights, always connected with other agendas. Well, what's important in this project and what we promoted through ADAPTA was exactly this transversal focus and way of thinking. I just want you to understand a little bit more about the concept of climate justice. You can see here one model that is sustainable, that leaves things as is without promoting damage. But here on the other side, you can see a just and transformative focus, which is reparation for the existing inequities and promotion of equal opportunities for all. Considering that, we have to consider the life cycle, which means from crib to tomb. And we have projects that are very transformative. And sometimes projects that seek sustainability don't necessarily seek social justice. And we must consider that in our fight against climatic change. And now we're going to talk about a few examples of how we can incorporate climatic change into our SAIs. In Argentina, for example, we promote the participation of stakeholders in audit processes, and they define the basis, the objectives of the audit proceedings. And on the other hand, we invite organizations from civil society organizations to include demands. Well, we have
Cita ser replicado a través de la región,
We have efforts that bring together a number of societal organizations, and I believe there's another country that's about to do the same thing and to revitalize. We are revitalizing side roads and rural roads. We are including women, and this reached a percentage of 24% when previously it was only 4. In this preliminary study that we are presenting today, the key strategies that SAIs can incorporate, through which SAIs can incorporate climate justice in its audit. We want to talk about the ethic codes, we want to talk about climate justice, and at the same time train people who work with these themes, public perspectives, so they are able to assess financial resources, strengthen competencies of the state, promote citizen participation, and help those that are most affected to audit these public initiatives. In addition, I can't really read that one right there. Assess the impacts on vulnerable groups and promote recommendations to improve audits and social risk. So basically, what we do is perform a role that is very important to the sequential follow-up. The feasibility of this being transformative or sustainable or not, and analyzing whether the goal was reached or not through the controls of our SAIs. In summary, we would like to say that our role is very important to ensure that all public policies and structures are efficient, transparent, and just, as well as being used as a tool to promote equality for all vulnerable social segments. We have several challenges. In the case of climate change, this contributes to a more just society, a more resilient and sustainable society as well. The next steps of this regional project and Adapta Infra, we are going to work with several initiatives. Based on this preliminary study, we are going to promote a guide with a climate change perspective. We are going to set up this sustainable structure and a virtual course on the theme. We invite you actually to scan this QR code. You'll see our printed magazine on a few tables during lunchtime. Feel free to explore.
Agradecemos la presencia de la señora Graciela.
We thank the presence of Ms. Graziella and Mr. Mario. Now we are going to pause for lunch, and we will be back at 2:35 with the first presentation in the afternoon being the practical experience of the ADOPT program, challenges and lessons learned. We will see you soon.
Por favor, pedimos a todos que los audífonos puedan dejar, ¿sí? Aquí en el auditorio. Sí, vale, por favor. Gracias.